Hello and welcome everybody. That went to a different place than I thought it would. Welcome everybody back to the Jank Drawer. I am Sam. This is the Jank Drawer, and welcome back to another wonderful day of content here at the Jank Drawer Media Empire. We are making a triumphant return to streaming after a slight delay in our regularly scheduled programming due to an unfortunate illness on my part. One that I am very glad to announce that we are moving on from with, some pretty solid work on my part and a lot of really good help from some important medications and things that have been going on, and a lot of help from the people here and around the community. That is kind of the reason that we were having a little bit of the late start here. I know I was late by a couple of minutes here, but that was once again for those of you that were in the stream yesterday or have been around the streams the past couple of days. We have a lot of really big news coming around, especially around the fact that we have been applying to part-time jobs so we can, continue chasing the dream, but fixing our income issue a little bit. And that has worked out into such a way that I've just had a lot more emails and things that I need to stay on top of and respond to so that I can be on top of things for that new job. And that's what I was doing right now. I had just been sending emails earlier this morning, and right before the 2 o'clock hit is when I got my email back from the person that's going to be my new supervisor about the next steps of the process. And so I needed to, instead of hitting go live, respond to that email real quick so I can continue showing an earnestness, but also continue showing that I am ready to start working as soon as possible. Because I need to. I have been working with a friend of the channel and friend of mine, friend to us all, Rat King, on what kind of our next steps forward. He has a vested interest in just algorithms and how things work and figuring out what the content strategy should be. And one of the major parts of that is that we've been looking at some things that are going to be a little bit of a change up here on the channel and some programming changes that might be happening here in March. Because the highest point of process right now for the Jank Drawer is that we need to prioritize growth over everything, and finding new people and finding new opportunities is the best way to do that. And so as part of that, sorry, I'm putting our go live up on Blue Sky. Okay. So, as part of setting that all up and getting back into what I was talking about, we have some ideas about some new content that's going to be coming in, some longer form content and things like that, and a whole bunch of stuff that I wanted to be working on, things I wanted to do, and so I've been working on doing that. And the way that we pay for those things is by getting the part-time job and getting the ability to pay for art assets and to pay for other games to play and things like that. And so I was working on a whole bunch of those things, and all of that hinges and is 100% tied to, we just need to make sure that we are appeasing the in-person job and the new part-time job as high as possible for the immediate moment. And so that's what I'm doing. And I appreciate your understanding in that manner. Now, as for today, we are going to have a very busy day ahead of us. It is the end of our Serie B season, and then a very important off-season, because either one of two things are going to happen. Right now, we start the stream off in 9th place with, I think, 3 games left to play. And we are in a 5-way tie for 6th between us, Cesena FC, Reggiana, Modena, and Arezzo. Now, 6th through 8th, 3 of those 5 places are playoff positions to get promoted to Serie A. If we get promoted to Serie A, big if. I don't expect that to be the case, but if it happens, then in this offseason, we have one offseason to try and put together a team that can survive Serie A. That is a wild thing to be thinking about and a wild thing to try and do. And do I think we can do it? Probably not, but that would be ridiculous. The other option is we get into the playoffs and then we lose in the playoffs and we stay in. Still higher than we expected to finish, but a really, really cool finish nonetheless, and one that we are really, really happy with. And then the final likelihood, and we were able to mathematically guarantee this last week, is that us, the Leonia Pro Vercelli, finish this season outside of the playoffs, but above the relegation zone. And we finished off with the last of our games last week, on last Tuesday, with a mathematically guaranteed spot that we cannot be relegated from. No matter how the last 3 games of the season go against Sampdoria, Arezzo, and... who's our last game against? Our last game is against Casertana, who are in 19th. Even if we lose all 3 of those, we cannot go down. If we win most of those, we have a very good chance of going into the playoffs, and then we have to play through the playoffs, and that'll be a nail-biter. But the very least thing that we have to do is build a team that can continue to survive in Serie B next year, and hopefully continue the growth. The most we have to do, and if it gets to that point, it will be insanity, is we have to build a team to survive the Serie A. A thing that I don't know that we can do. And that is the process. So, we are going to have to do that. To get back into the swing of things, though, and back into the normal Tuesdays here, we have a lot of news to talk about, because there has been a lot of things that have happened in the world of football since the last time we talked about it. A lot of that comes down to the fact that I wasn't able to give you the jank drawer seal of approval on what the games were going to be this weekend, and we had quite a wild weekend, and I apologize to that. As you can probably tell from my voice and the way that we're talking, I'm still a little congested. I'm not 100% there yet. I'd say yesterday, conservatively, we were streaming at like a 70%. Today, we're closer to like an 80. The hope is that by the end of the week, we can get up to 100%, but we're doing the best with what we got. And we are not the only ones that are doing such a thing. Right now, we have a whole slew of games happening in the championship. Right now, Middlesbrough are currently in a deadlock 1-1 draw with Leicester City, which, let's go Foxes. Leicester City needs every point from every game that they can get, since right now they are currently in the relegation zone if results stand, in 22nd place with 34 points, with a very bad form of games coming into this of 4 losses and 1 draw, as they are playing against second in the league Middlesbrough right now. But it is a 1-1 draw as of yet. An early goal from Okoli takes Leicester City ahead, and then McGree in the 45th plus 2 minutes of extra time in the first half drew Middlesbrough even with Leicester City. And right now, playing at the Riverside Stadium in Middlesbrough, we are trying to, see if the Foxes can pull off an upset here. I'm not, super convinced, but I would really love that. Other news, Southampton is absolutely demolishing QPR. Ipswich is beating Watford. Preston is beating Swansea. Derby and Hull are in a 2-2 draw. Bristol City is beating Blackburn 2-1. West Brom is beating Charlton, and then the Dragons of Wrexham are beating Portsmouth 2-1 right now. Goals in that game from Smith and Cleworth, and then for Portsmouth, Swanson. But that's not why you're all here. It's more for the crazy things that happened yesterday and through the weekend in all of the leagues. Yesterday we had what has now become Michael Carrick's special of a squeaky bum time winner by super sub Benjamin Sheshko, who has scored, I think the statistic I read is that Benjamin Sheshko has scored 6 goals or maybe 7 goals in 2026. He's just been absolutely prolific since the turn of the year. and is really settling in well to the club. I think here in the back half of the season, settling once again another undefeated victory in the undefeated run for Manchester United here since the takeover of Michael Carrick, and even under the last few games. Hi, Clara Rose 8, how are you? Even under the last couple of games of observation under the former manager Ruben Amorim, Manchester United are flying. They find themselves in fourth, and once again, it's the young Slovenian that is leading them through that charge. I'm doing well, Clara Rose 8, how are you? I'm a little sick, but, you know, otherwise we're doing great. Champions League games also going on today. Atletico Madrid has eliminated Club Brugge from that. Leverkusen are currently currently 0-0 against Olympiacos. Inter are currently at home at the San Siro, unable to have scored against Bodo Glimt in the first 55 minutes. And Newcastle are absolutely demolishing Karabag FK. Other news through the weekend. Crystal Palace has, managed to turn over their poor run of form recently with a very good win over Wolves. The goal coming right at the death of the game for Ivan Gassand, the new arrival at the Selhurst Park. The former Aston Villa player in on loan had just a wonderful performance, getting his first goal. He's been on fire for Crystal Palace since he joined. Someone that the Villa fans thought were too young and too inexperienced to make any real bearing on the team, and have decided to let go for loan play at Crystal Palace, has just been an absolute revelation at Crystal Palace. I've been playing Football Manager, the game that we're going to be playing, for 5 years. The game of soccer that we're talking about right now, I played since I was like 3. So like 26 years? Wolves, from, misery to misery. Not only did they lose to a Crystal Palace team that had been in free fall before this game, they also got a red card to Krejci in the 61st minute. A thing that can only happen to Wolves, who are at this point still on track to be statistically the worst team ever in the history of the Premier League. A title formerly held ignominiously by Derby County, who had only ever managed to score 11 points in their one foray into the Premier League. And here we go once again. Wolverhampton Wanderers with this result, still only on 10. 10 points from the entirety of the season is not a great idea. It's a record you don't want to hold. Other news from the Sunday games. Forest versus Liverpool sees another at-the-death victory from Liverpool. Victory clutched from the jaws of not defeat, but of, just kind of a draw that should have felt like a defeat for Liverpool. McAllister scoring in the 97th minute to take the Reds on top over the tricky trees of Nottingham Forest is, I don't think, even the scoreline that anyone would have expected, or the scoreline that this game deserved. Arne Slot himself went on record in the post-match interview for this game to say that he, as happy as he is with the win, believes, much like everyone else who has watched this game, including myself who watched the highlights, that this, if anything, as a game, deserved to be a draw. And if there was a team that should have won it, it should have been Nottingham Forest. And the fact that Liverpool has walked out of the City Ground with a goal and a win in this game is very much against the run of play and against the run of the game. And, I mean, sometimes you just have to be lucky. And for Liverpool, this is a very lucky result. They have had a very poor season, and any result that they can get that is positive is a very good result for them. For Nottingham Forest, this is the opposite coin of that. Is the other side of the coin that this loss just plunges them even further into this relegation battle. I think they're now only 2 points clear of West Ham at the bottom of the table. Yeah, there's only 2 points that separate them from West Ham, and West Ham have Liverpool at the weekend, and Nottingham Forest have Brighton. So, like, you expect Nottingham Forest to have a better result than that, but also West Ham has been gathering form. They've been building steam. And there's a lot of contention between Leeds, Tottenham, Leeds United, Tottenham Hotspur, Nottingham Forest, and West Ham right now at the bottom of this table. And that's only exasperated by some other results that we'll get to here in a second from the Sunday games. Sunderland Fulham is one that I would have probably predicted to be, if it wasn't a North London derby weekend, my match of the weekend. And it did not disappoint. Fulham just absolutely put Sunderland to the sword. It was a beautiful 3-1 victory. Fulham go ahead 2-1 pretty early on behind just a brace from... well, not early on. It's early into the second half. A brace behind the just wonderful striker Raul Jimenez. Long may he reign. Raul Jimenez, the Mexican at 34, still getting braces in the Premier League for Fulham. Before conceding a penalty, there were 2 penalties in this match, one for either side. Both of them were converted. One by the aforementioned Raul Jimenez, who has a perfect 13 of 13 penalty record in the Premier League, and then the other by Enzo Lefebvre. To try and close that gap down to 2-1 before Alex Iwobi, with an absolute wonder goal and solo opportunity, put himself into the score sheet and into history for a 3-1 victory, Fulham over Sunderland. Fulham continue just being one of the funnest teams to watch in the league, and they're doing great. And then what was actually the match of the weekend, and what deservedly put on a show that demands that title, was Tottenham versus Arsenal. This is the North London derby. This is the return fixture. Earlier this season, we already saw the first iteration of this season, played at the Emirates, where Arsenal played host to Tottenham under Thomas Frank, and they walked out of the Emirates that day with a 4-1 victory behind a trio of goals, a perfect hat trick from Eberechi Eze, who hadn't scored very many goals up until that point in the season, hasn't scored a lot of goals since then in the season, but had one of the first hat tricks in the North London derby in I think like 70 years, going on to a 4-1 defeat of Tottenham Hotspur at Arsenal in North London. A lot of football has been played since then. Arsenal going into this match haven't been able to get a win streak together. They've been really, really weak in the league, putting up draws against teams that are much worse than them. Most notably, they drew Wolves in the past 2 games. Tottenham, on the other hand, have also been underperforming. They had a very miraculous draw against Manchester City with some real heroics and a great comeback from star striker... how did I forget his name? He's one of the best players on this team. What's your name? Dominic Solanke. Sorry. Dominic Solanke, with his beautiful scorpion kick to bring them back into that game, and a brace for him to solo cling to life. That couldn't keep their manager together with them, and eventually with the firing of Thomas Frank, we see ourselves set for a beautiful scene here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, what is widely touted to be the best soccer stadium in the world right now, or at least the nicest, as their new manager, Igor Tudor, of previous managerial fame of Juventus and several other teams, was thrust out of the frying pan into the fire into a North London derby that he was adamant in his men that they needed to win. Huge L for Thomas Frank, 100%. Got fired. But, you know, it happens. It happens, and we don't wish it on anybody, but he somehow was navigating a top 4 finish in the Champions League qualifying rounds and a bottom 4 finish in the Premier League. And for Tottenham Hotspur, that's not something that they like. But so with all of this on his shoulders, and a whole bunch of expectations. Igor Tudor, the Croatian coach, took over for his first match in charge against heated rivals Arsenal in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And for those of you that didn't watch this game, I would recommend watching it because it was a bloodbath. Eberechi Eze continued scoring exclusively in this derby matchup with a goal in the 32nd minute. And then Kola Moani was able to, very valiantly get one back in the 34th, an almost instant response. And then that was the end of Tottenham Hotspur forever. With goals coming from Gyökeres in the 47th, Eze again in the 61st, and then Gyökeres in the 94th. We had the ignominy of losing the North London derby twice in the same season by the exact same scoreline of 4-1. Arsenal just looked rampant here. After the second Gyökeres goal, the first Gyökeres goal, there was a almost immediate response from Tottenham that they could have converted, but it was called off for a foul or offsides. I wasn't entirely sure. But really, Tottenham was not in this game after the first goal. It was kind of all Arsenal all the way. And it was the nightmare start for Tottenham Hotspur under their new manager. You bring someone like Igor Tudor in because he is known for being kind of one of those firefighters. He brings in a lot of energy right at the beginning and a lot of just like head of steam, and you're usually hoping for that to give you a bounce to be able to go on and get immediate success. And they're like, well, let's use it right now. They brought him in with plenty of time so they could try and get his system instilled into his players ahead of one of the biggest matches of their season, and then Arsenal just walked in and wiped the floor with them and left. And it was honestly kind of ugly to watch. But, we're trying to see how we can keep going forward from that, and what it has done for the game is that it's made it so that there's now a 5-point separation back up at the top for Arsenal between Arsenal and Man City. Even after the results on Saturday that saw Man City get a very nervy 2-1 victory over Newcastle. It also saw results going with an even draw 0-0 for West Ham versus Bournemouth, another draw for Chelsea versus Burnley, and a 1-1 draw that saw Chelsea centre-back Wesley Fofana get a red card and a second yellow on a very stupid challenge. It was just so dumb of a challenge, and when he's already on a yellow card, he has to get a second one. And I never like to see detrimental things happening to former favorite players of mine. Wesley Fofana was one of the... We truly haven't at the Leicester Foxes, Leicester City, had a defense since we sold Wesley Fofana. We just don't have defenders anymore. But to have him be plagued by so many injuries and get so little playing time anyways, and then to come back to the game and then do something stupid like this, you're like, come on, Wesley, what are we doing? But Burnley coming back right at the death once again, 93rd minute goal for Fleming to salvage a draw from that game. Huge result for Burnley. Really shameful result for Chelsea, and they have no one else to blame but themselves. Brighton finally got back into winning ways with a 2-0 dismantling of Brentford. Goals in that game going to Gomez and the timeless 35-year-old Danny Welbeck, getting another goal in the Premier League. He's had more goals in his 30s than he's had in his 20s at this point, and it's ridiculous. And then our last game for the weekend, Villa versus Leeds, was a 1-1 draw. The Villains lucky to salvage a draw from this game, to be 100% honest. Leeds United went ahead with one of the best free kicks you've ever seen in your life, and you haven't had the opportunity to watch this free kick. I cannot recommend strongly enough that anyone who is interested in soccer of any kind goes and watches this free kick. It is one of the most beautifully taken free kicks I've ever seen in my life from Anton Stack, and it just absolutely beats the wall, beats the keeper, goes right on in. Emi Martinez looks completely lost. He just does not look like he has any idea that it's coming at all, or that Anton Stack could even hit a ball that way. and it really makes him look bad. And really, Aston Villa and their top 4 contention hopes were saved entirely by an 88th minute Abraham goal that I wouldn't say was against the run of play, since Villa were definitely in charge this entire match. But Leeds had been very valiantly defending for the entire time, and then finally, new man returning to the club after some time away. Abraham has found himself back in Villa, and he's found himself back in the goals for the Villains, scoring their 88th minute goal here to just salvage an at-home draw from the clutches of defeat right at the very end of the game. And there was a lot of that this week. A lot of games that came down right to the very end that were decided by last-minute goals. Other news saw the return of MLS play this week. MLS opening weekend was this weekend. All of the teams in the competition played, whether it was on Saturday or Friday or Sunday. FM Crowns, thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just wrapping up our conversation over the results from the weekend across the English leagues. And then you're going to be joining us for a wonderful stream here, as we're going to be going into the last 3 games of our Serie B season. We have a couple of things that can come out of this. Either, 1, a miracle happens, we get into the playoffs, and then we win promotion into Serie A, which we are not ready for, but it would be really exciting. 2, we make it all the way to the playoffs, way better than we expected to be finishing, and then when we get to the playoffs, we lose as expected, and we stay in Serie B, and we have an off-season to try and stay in Serie B and rebuild as well as we can. 3, we lose every game, we don't get into the playoffs, but because of how well we have finished so far in our first inaugural season in Serie B in many, many years, we stay in Serie B. And then the real fight is on to just continue staying here and continue to progress as high and as fast as we can. And that's what we're coming into. Now that's what you're coming here to see, and that's going to be great. Welcome, Raiders. We hope you enjoy your stay here in the Jank Drawer. If you like what you see and you like the gameplay, feel free to to follow the stream, and come back. We play a whole bunch of variety of games here. We play FM currently on Tuesdays and Fridays. That might be changing in the near future. But we play a variety of things. We play Magic on Mondays, we play Teamfight Tactics on Wednesdays, and then currently we're playing Darkest Dungeon on Thursdays. But that is also going to be changing soon. Not because we are moving to a different style of game, but because we are almost done with Darkest Dungeon, where we've been doing all DLCs and all bosses. But welcome, Raiders. I hope you enjoy your time here. How was the stream that you just came from? I know you guys were probably playing FM from the fact that it's FM Kron's who's raiding, but I can't remember. I think you've raided me before, but I can't remember what your stream is and what your save you've been doing, or if your save has changed. How did the stream go? How is the save going? I'd love updates and details. Because I am actually done with the news. You guys joined perfect in time, so we can just swap right over to the game. Okay, so apparently we made a deal for this 19-year-old midfielder. It's been about a week since I played, because as you can probably tell from my voice and the constant sniffling that I do apologize for, I am coming back from my own injury report cold, and because of that, we missed our Friday stream last week. Bruised shin for our new 19-year-old. That's why we signed him. Leonardo Piran, who is another one of our leading midfielders, is a -2, And so if we got a 19-year-old that's also a midfielder and also a -2, we know Piran is leaving. That's just kind of a one-for-one replacement. Angel Borano is getting better. We love to see it. Piotr Pasador is getting even better. The worst thing about Piotr Pasador is that he has all of these horrible mental states. He hates big matches. He's very inconsistent. He's extremely injury prone. No, Stanic also injured? That's our best center back. Huge loss for the team here. We only have 3 games left of the season and we're losing our best center back for all of them. Well, second best center back. The great news from last week is that Giuseppe Coppola has decided to learn how to start scoring goals again, which is nice. Unfortunately, we aren't scoring a lot of goals. Okay, we're mainly just doing this because we still want to have all of the best mentalities around that we can. The only way that this works and we get our ultimate best case scenario, which is winning promotion all the way up to the Serie A, is if we have the mentality to actually get there. Especially since we're up against very tough opposition. Our next match here against Sampdoria is a must-win because all of them are must-wins currently. And Sampdoria has been a pretty good team in the league this year. Sampdoria currently finding themselves underperforming for how good they have been in all of the matches we've played against them. In 14th, a whole 10 points behind us. But we want to maintain the momentum that we have from our unexpected victory on Monday over Palermo into this match, because most importantly, sorry. Once again, one of the other parts and one of the side effects of all the medication that I'm taking for being sick and trying to feel better is that I just am constantly very tired, but we must soldier on. Is that we have to be ready for this Arezzo game in the next week, because that's going to be a big decider on basically we are 9th and 10th in the league right now, tied on points all the way up to 6th, and whoever wins that match gets to decide essentially their own fate on whether or not they get into the 6th through 8th spots, or if they stay in these 9th and 10th spots. Pisa and Lecce prepare for a promotion decider. Dennis Donat, 25-year-old Czech center back. We don't know anything about you other than you're 6'2". Okay, let's get ready for this match, chat. Okay, Christian Iarino has gotten injured. He fractured his ankle. This is one of our youth team players that honestly doesn't even have that high of a potential. We'll still send him to the specialist, but because we don't want to, you know, have him be unable to walk for the rest of his life. But okay, so Pietro Pasador, are you not playing because you are injured? No, you are not injured. Perfect. Then you're coming in. Matteo Barbini, Christian Riccio, Simone Cossier. Barbini, we're gonna place you with Jordan Bustin. Bustin, you have no side preference, but are very left-footed. And Cossier, you also have no side preference, but are also incredibly left-footed. Okay. Perotti on the right, Odi on the left. Nicky Stones, our best midfielder. Verano, Mili Vitven, I'm fine with. Giuseppe Coppola, Jean-Mario Comi. The 35-year-old, I think, at this point? 35-year-old striker, still going strong up front. Let's look at our... Is Elian Tahoe on the bench. Barbini. Masortiam. Mosqueda. And then wingback subs. We've got Nicholas Mero, who's our left whack sub. We've got Furno, who can sub on either side. For those of you that are following the Wrexham-Portsmouth game, that has just now finished. Wrexham has won that game 2-1. Midfield center, we have Simone Manuelo. Where are our other midfield centers? We have Lysani here. There we go. AM, you have Emanuele Rao. We do have Emanuele Rao. There he is. Striker, Malahi is our striker sub. Also bring Dada Fofana. And then for our last sub, let's bring... let's bring Luca Coccolo. I would bring Piran, but like Piran... Actually, yeah, let's just bring Piran. Piran is a better midfielder. He's just leaving us, which is the thing that I'm upset about, is he's going away. But that'll be our team, chat. Let's go start off how we mean to go on with a win. We'd love to see a result from the boys. Okay. Pressure's all on Sampdoria. We are the ones overperforming right now. They're the ones that are expected to win every one of these games. Let's let them live in that pressure. Let's go take advantage of it. Let's show up. Let's play our game. Nicky Stones, how I've missed seeing you. Ricardo Odi. Back to Cossier. Oh, come on, Odi. Even I knew he was going to send that back down the line to you. And then Odi, you know, with the unforced error. No, that is in fact the exact opposite way of how I wanted us to start this game. In the first minute, we have conceded to Sampdoria from a unforced error from Ricardo Odi, giving a free kick, and then this guy right here, Giuseppe Coppola on the coverage there, just absolutely blowing it. Look at that. One shot on target. One goal. XG of 0.10. Okay, Ricardo Odi. Brano. Cossier. Nope. Come on, Kosir. Kosir, of course, is making an appearance in today's match lineup because Stanic is injured, and Kosir is our fourth best center back. Come on, ref. There's no way that that's a foul. There's no way. What? This is the worst possible start. We've started in some horrible future. We came in with such great energy. Just so pumped. And now, just what in the world is going on here? Rev! Okay, Pietro Passador. Yes, Pietro Passador! Yes! 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 Yes, 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 yes! Yes! We're still losing, but Pietro Passador, absolute clutch. Fantastic. Okay, we need to put someone else on Altiare. Set pieces, defending set pieces. We're already player marking all of their best. Jeez. Jeez. Because, like, the answer for the fact that he keeps getting absolutely past all of us and is beating us on the headers is you have to man mark him specifically. But we're already man marking on our corners. Because currently they're winning off of a brace from their center back. Okay, Comey. Comey, in the box. Come on, ref! That was way harder of a foul than what happened on our side, and you're not calling that a penalty? Like, what are we doing here, ref? Nice Perotti. Okay, Mili Vitven. Find someone. Odi. Bruano. Odi. Vitven? Nicky Stones! I'll take it! It's a step back into this game, but already, this is a wild game. Like, Giuseppe pulls every defender. Let's go Nicky Stones. We're glad that they're not calling that offsides for the fact that Jean-Mario Comey was just like standing in front of the goal, hands in his pockets, just like doing one of these. Just I'm Jean-Mario Comey in that last goal. Just standing right in front of the line, doing nothing. Like, he was definitely in the way of the goalkeeper, and that could have very easily been an offsides. Nice, Ricardo Odi. Way to go. No, Ricardo Odi! That's not what we want to see. Ricardo Odi was on a fast break, and then he just pulled up because he, like, probably destroyed a tendon or something. Is strained his groin, is what they have said. Okay, Comey, that was a good block. We will take those. Okay, Nicky Stones. Ferno. Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones across. Angelo Barano! We're back in this game, maybe. Right before halftime. Provercelli come back from behind. That's a massive goal. We are 2-2. It's all tied up here at the Silvio Piola. Massive, massive. As Nicky Stones, signing of the season, scorer of the first goal, whips it across the box to Angelo Barano, who's just standing right between the 18 and the 6-yard box, all alone. The youngster, he's come through our academy, he's come through our ranks, he's one of our own, and he's one more time put a goal in the back of the net to bring us even here at the Silvio Piola. 2-2 between Provercelli and Sampdoria. Everything on the line. There you go, Pasador. Okay. For how porous we looked defensively to start this game, between the 2 goals and then the admittedly not scoring of the penalty, but the concession of the penalty, this looked like a very different game until our midfield decided to show up. Our midfield 3 is the only reason we're still in this game. Mili Vietman with the assist on the first goal. Nicky Stones with the assist to Angelo Barano on the second goal. This is the best game Mili Vietman played in his life. Let's keep going. Bustin is the one that is having the worst time, for sure. Wow! Wow, we cannot win a header to save our lives today, can we? Okay, Jordan Bustin continues having his horrible day at a 6.2. Just absolutely loses the ball in that one. I didn't want to have another comeback in this game. There's another. We've been doing really well from these short corners today, though. Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones! Ooh, denied by the post. That was almost another wonderful goal from Nicky Stones, the best midfielder in the league. Okay, Reggio. Jean-Mario. Long throw into the box. You know, that's another corner. We have looked very dangerous from corners. Nice, Giuseppe. Jean-Mario into Giuseppe. Giuseppe in behind all of the defense. Giuseppe, no! So close. You had Mili, though. You had Mili Vietman. Just play it one more time. Come on, Giuseppe. Nice, Ferno. Okay, Christian Reggio is just like, hey, we're gonna need to put a lid on this. Bustin is also having an absolute generationally bad performance for he's our 3rd best center back, the Belgian, and he just cannot get anything going today. Ferno, nice. Give him someone to pass into. Mili Vietman was there. We'll take a corner kick. Wow. We are... I think porous is maybe not even a strong enough word. We are not playing defense at all. Like, defending is just not happening. Riggio and Bustin and Kosier, all three of my center backs have just been horrendous today. Okay. Okay. Okay, Coppola is not playing well and is tired. Let's try Malahi. The fact is, Kosier, like, we have played truly a horrendous game. This game against Sampdoria is one of the worst games I think we've ever played. Our defense laid the fattest egg I think we've ever seen. And I don't know how or why they did that, because, like, this was all of our best defenders. This was Riggio, this was... the only one that we didn't have was Stanic. And Kosier should be able to fill in for Stanic. But Bustin was really bad. Kosier was really bad. Riggio, who's usually been a rock for us in the defense, really bad. We lost 3 headers today that all turned into goals. The 4th goal was just a loose ball in the box that no one contested, which is inexcusable. How did no one contest that? Also, Perotti, what was that? I'm also furious, Pro Vercelli fans. I want you to know that I'm also very, very mad. I will berate the team in front of you all right now. With the exception of Nicky Stones and Angel Borano, and surprising to everyone, Mili Vitven. The other thing that's really surprising here is that Pietro Passador has a 7.0, even though he's let in 4 goals today. And it's entirely off of the fact that he saved a single penalty. We were not good enough, and I do not have words to express how that makes me feel. We needed to be so much better than that. Like, I expected us to at least put up a fight. I didn't expect us to get blown out 4-2. From a brace from a center back and their striker? What, their right winger? How do we lose that many... How do we lose every single header, and how does every single header we lose turn into a goal? Okay, so let's reevaluate where we are now. Can we... Somehow we lost that game and ended up in 8th place now. Because Modena dropped below us. Arezzo are playing Reggiana, like, right now. And honestly, we want Reggiana to win that. If Arezzo wins it, they knock us back into 9th. If Reggiana win it, we stay in 9th. We stay in 8th. And then we get to beat Arezzo. But it all comes down to now, this is to keep the ultimate dream of getting up to Serie A in the first season. We have to beat Arezzo this weekend. Jordan Bustin fractured his ribs, so his already bad week of just having a horrendous game gets even worse by the fact that now Stanic and Bustin are gone. So of our starting 3 center backs, we only have Reggio for what is now going to be kind of the most important game of the stream, unless we make it into playoffs. Great look for us. Oh, we met our follower goal. Thank you for the follows. I was gonna say, I just had the surprise and shock of hearing that noise, and I didn't know what it was because I don't see the follow notifications, but it says that we have hit 60 follows. Thank you for your follows. This means so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a huge success for all of us here at the Jank Drawer. Once I know who you are that followed me, I will thank you personally, but I got 0 notification until the fact that we were just said we're at 60 followers, which is great. I love that. Yeah, it means more than you think it does, and it means more to me than you could ever realize. I've been spending a lot of time in the past week or so talking about analytics and talking about growth and goals and all that stuff, and one of the few things that I think is really, really impressive and cool about everything that we're doing here at the Jank Drawer, and is a great testament to all of the growth that we're trying to have, is that we are kind of averaging a 10% average viewer to follower ratio. We're well below that today, and that today we are only gonna probably have an average viewership of like 2 unless it really turns around. But if our goal that we're trying to hit, which is 10 average concurrent viewers, is ever going to be met, to maintain that ratio, we need to get to 100 followers, and every follower on the step there is so ultimately important. And the fact that we're at 60 now, we're 6/10 of the way there. We're 3/5 of the way there. That's basically there. At least according to the original version of the United States Constitution. That was a really bad history joke. If I could -2 myself for that joke, I would.
Steven Spendy continues being the best attacking player in the league.
Ooh, Pietro Passador was in the team of the month. I mean, he did save a penalty, so like... And Nicky Stone's making positive development. Is Nicky Stone's even higher than a +5 now? Let's check, shall we?
Ain't nobody asking, I've been basking in my liberty, cause slavery is real. Doesn't mean the shackles gotta be revealed. Fighting with my pen, that's
+3, +4.
There's value in the word, gotta figure out the real. Been juggling and wrestling thoughts in my mind.
+3.
The influence was heavy, or the faults even mine.
+6. Nicky Stones keeps getting better. Every time we look at Nicky Stones, Nicky Stones gets even better than he was the last time we looked at him.
Couldn't tell if my joy was out of love or what would hold me when I needed me a hug. That's the realest. Yeah, that's the closest thing to feeling. Yeah, it's the only thing revealing. Trying to get me closer to the Lord, cause maybe he can open up some doors while these words get to show you all my flaws. It's poetry and pain, blessing in the chain, pictures I could paint. Yeah.
Look at you, Nicky Stones.
Pain, blessings in the chain, pictures I could paint. Yeah, it's poetry and pain, blessing in the chain, pictures I could paint. Yeah, it's poetry and pain, blessings in the chain, pictures I could paint.
No, I've been calling, been stalling, been falling, we go again. Timing so precious, a blessing, don't mess it up all again. Money, it come and it go and it come and it go again. Loving is true, it don't go here to stay, it go again.
Okay, so Arezzo is the most important game today. We need to win this. If we win it, we find ourselves into the playoffs. If we lose it, we're out. And then nothing matters and we just go straight to the pro season and we start signing players for the next year to try and go up. The board's expectation is that we win, but that apparently Arezzo is a slight favorite. They're predicting a draw, but if there's a winner, it would be Arezzo, is the fans. They think that we should sign this guy. He's a -6. He's 19. He has a lot of potential growth. He's not consistent, and he's very injury prone. I mean, he's gotten injured while he's been here on loan. I don't think we actually want Bennett Barazio. Vucchio, we do want, though. He's already going to be joining us. The Montenegrin, he's extremely consistent. His real only bad thing is that he has no determination. Passador. Barbini, Riggio, Kosier is our 3 best center backs that are healthy. Perotti, Grillo, we shouldn't do Grillo. Let's do Cocolo. Piran Laisani, Rao, Jean-Mario Comi. Instead, let's have this be Malahi. Mosqueda, Mansortiam, Stanich still injured, Bustin still injured. We have this new U18 youngster that's a really good center back. Let's try and find him. He's ineligible. He already played a game today. Yeah, David Del Russo is our youngster of the future. He's a -4 center back at 16 years old. He's 6'4" with a jumping reach of 17. He's a little rough around the edges, chat. I am aware of that. But he has a lot of the key things that you really want him to do. His work rate, his mental's already there. Mentally, he's already peak. He's already one of the best to ever do it. Physically, he has a lot of room for improvement. He has 7 acceleration, 8 pace. He's slow, and he's not getting anywhere anytime soon. So we'd want to put him, if we're going to put him into our team, in that center position, where he can have the least vulnerability and the most cover for him. But he's already got the jumping reach. He can jump forever. 17 jumping reach, 6'4". He's going to get to every ball. We're really excited about De La Russo. But because we can't bring him, we will bring Lombardozzi for now. Wing back left, Mero. Wing back right. Furno, since Pino's still injured. Midfielders, Burano. And then, we don't have Nicky Stones in right now, do we? We should always be asking ourselves, chat, where's Nicky Stones? Because he's the best player on our team. Nicky Stones. AMC, we need to bring in Vitven. Strikers, we've got Jean-Mario Comi. We've got... I guess Comi, Migliori, and then bring Emanuelo. Okay, chat. We have to go try and beat Arezzo. This is a must-win game. We cannot afford to lose. We are 9th in the form table, 8th in the actual table. Arezzo are 10th in the form table and 9th in the actual table. Whoever wins this is locked for top 8, essentially. Okay, we are playing in Arezzo. Okay, let's go Leoni! Vamo Leoni! Okay, Malahi here to put the ball into the near post. Matteo Barbini, that's how we want to start, baby. Let's go! Lasso! Huge victory. There you go. We've been dangerous from corners today, chat. That's what it is. Okay, let's see if we can keep this going. Mohamed Malahi. Once again, near post. Kosier this time. Rao. Off the post. Kosier. Back to Malahi. Let's go. Okay. Long ball into Reggio, but we can't win the second ball. Oh, Emanuele Rao's gonna pick that pocket though. Ref! Oh, Piran. Piran in behind everyone. Piran! Leonardo Piran, so close. That was almost an incredible finish from Leonardo Piran. Okay. 25 minutes. It's been all Pro Vercelli so far. We have 10 shots, 6 on target, XG of 1.25, 6 total corners. We are being imperious. We are going out there to pay back a loss that we suffered earlier this season against Arezzo, and we are doing it in style. Giuseppe Coppola in the box. Come on, Coppola. I need you to finish any of those attempts ever. If Giuseppe Coppola can just get the one little push from I am almost there to I'm there, that would be perfect. You'd be able to just start scoring so many goals. Nice Rao. Rao playing great defense today. His high press has been fantastic at winning back possession in dangerous areas. Giuseppe? Oh. Once again, Giuseppe making all the right moves, just not getting the end product. Okay, we are taking a 1-0 victory into halftime here at Arezzo, at the Città di Arezzo. I'm happy with the number of shots so far. Keep it up. Okay, honestly, we love this. No highlights for the first 15 minutes of the half is good news for us. It means that we are dominating even further, and there's nothing to show. Pirotti... Nope, couldn't get it into him. Malahi was trying for it, though. Nice, Reggio. Perotti. Barbini. Okay, Barbini, that was a great ball to no one. I don't know if that was your fault for misreading the situation or Perotti's fault for just running inside instead of outside for some reason. Oh, Perotti puts it in. Laisani. Oh, Giuseppe Coppola with the assist. Sammy Laisani. That's a second goal, and that's 2. Pro Vercelli, 0 Arezzo. Let's go, baby. Beautiful worked ball. Cocolo wins it. Coppola plays the next ball in. Sammy Laisani, one-on-one with the keeper. No one's ever getting to that. Let's make some moves. Perotti for Furno. Rao. Vitven. Rao's been good defensively. He hasn't necessarily done anything offensively. Let's see if Vitven can continue that. Giuseppe Coppola. Semi Lysani. Nice, Semi! Semi! Ooh. Good save from the keeper there to push it out for a corner. Piran for Bruano. Kosur for Mansurtiam. And then we've got one more. Lysani, probably. For Nikki Stones. Okay, we just got 5 minutes left here, chat. 5 minutes, and if we can just hold on, we win. Three minutes left. If this ball never gets into the opponent's half, I'm happy with that. I'm also happy with that, though. Kokolo was in so much space. Vitven also running into that space. Vitven? Nikki Stones? Ooh. We should have had 4 goals this game, and the number of them that are coming from our midfielders is kind of ridiculous. We do have assists from both of our strikers, though, so I'll take that. Our strikers were at least involved in the attack. Nice work, everyone. That was our must-win game, and we won it. We won it. We won it in a great fashion. We only have one last game of the season then. We are now in a 3-way tie on 55 points. Lecce have been crowned champions, so we know first place. First place is US Lecce. Unione Sportiva Lecce. Right now we sit in 8th. Only 1 point separating us from 9th place Venezia. If we don't win, both Venezia and Modena can leapfrog us, and Arezzo can catch us. We are playing bottom of the table Casertana. We should win this in our sleep. We need to win this. If we win it, we're in with a chance. We just have to then win. If we can get into 7th, we would face Bari. If we would get into, which is I think the game that we would like. We'd like Bari. Because like we've never beat Pizza. We've beat Bari. We've beat Palermo. Cocolo, Semi Lasani, and Giuseppe Coppola were all in the team of the week. Giuseppe made team of the week? Let's go Giuseppe. Now, if only he could make team of the week because he's scoring hat tricks every week. That would be fantastic. But Giuseppe Unfortunately, he's not our Silvio Piola yet. He's not scoring goals. Okay, this is the worst news of my life. Piotr Pasador, our star goalkeeper, is out for 2 months. Elaine Tahoe is going to have to carry us through this promotion push. Once again, it's a promotion push we're not expected to win, nor is our expectation for ourselves to win it, but... Okay, Stanic is a little bit better. Empoli need to win versus Palermo to clinch second and clinch automatic promotion. Nicky Stones. I am in awe of you, Nicky Stones. Okay. Tahoe. Stanic. Barbini. Grillo. Burano. Garcia. Rao. Dauda Fofana. Breshak. Monsortian. Riggio in our backups. Mosqueta. Mero. And then let's find Perotti. Where he at? Where he at, chat? There's Clemente Perotti. There he is. Center mids. We want to bring Nicky Stones. And we want to bring Sammy Lysani. And then we want to bring Mili Vitven, Migliori, Giuseppe, Simone Manuelo. Okay, chat. If we win, we're in. If we draw, we are potentially in. If we lose, we're out. It all comes down to this. It's the last day of Serie B, chat. It all comes down to this. Months and months of hard work and effort. This is a match we should be winning. Make sure we do. Okay. We're missing our star goalkeeper, and we're playing a heavily rotated side. But we are playing against the bottom of the table team that has just newly appointed a coach that has never coached before.
What if I told you? What if I told you?
Okay, I don't like that it's been all Casarella so far. That was great. We love that. Those are the kind of shots, if they can only ever take that shot, cinema. Elaine Tahoe. Stanic back in the team from his injury. Barbini. Dauda Fofana. The youngster playing today. I think it's his first start of the season. Verno, Stanic, Barbini, Gozier. Rao in behind. Got many people helping him on the inside. Jose Grillo wasn't one of them, but he does get us a corner, which I will take. Okay, so great tackle. It was in the box, was clean. Cancia, though, is the person that stays down, though, which I don't love. So Cancia, we can replace. We don't want to replace him just because he is a young player that we want to get experience. Way to go, Stanic. Won the ball twice there. Won the first ball, lost the second ball, won the third ball. Rao. That almost looked like a handball, ref. Were we looking at this? Were we looking at that? Since he took that shot and it looked like he went, bah! Okay, Tahoe. Okay, Furno. Comey. Don't like that Cancia is now going down again, holding that same right knee. Cancia is probably off, isn't he? No, they brought him back on. Dauda Fofana, back to Jean Mario. Jean Mario in his potentially his last game for the club, chat. If we can get Cancia through the first half, we will sub him at halftime. Buruano in behind. Furno can't keep it down though. Nice, Furno. Okay, at least Comey in his last potential, once again, potential, chat. We still could, if we win this, we might actually have, like, 3 more games. But Jean Mario, in what could be his last game for us here at Pro Vercelli, is not even, like, he's still putting everything into each of these plays. Zuigrelu, not doing great though. There we go. Je suis Grelot. Stanich. Let's go Stanich. No, couldn't find Furno on that pass. They're sending it long though, which is good for us. We win those. Cancia, once again. How bad is this injury? We're stopping for a lot of times here, but it's not making me take him off. Now it's finally making me take it off. Okay. Well, you had a good run, Lorenzo Cancia, and you had a good run, Casartana, but your run is over. We've brought on the man, the myth, the legend himself, Nicky Stones, everybody. Got 60 minutes of Nicky Stones energy coming for you, or maybe 50. And that's enough time for him to change lives. Okay, Tahoe. Okay. Sometimes they have to get an opportunity to test the keeper. Apparently they're shooting more than we are, which I don't love. Nicky Stones there, though. Comey finds José Grelot. Grelot? Josue? Ooh, hey. There's, you know, I had just been mentioning we hadn't taken enough shots, and that was admittedly not the person I wanted to take that shot, but a better shot than I anticipated from José Grelot. We have to be a little bit better in front of goal, though. Like, if we can get any of these 5 shots in, I'll take it. That's a victory. But right now, we're doing pretty well. Love that. Oh, Emanuele Rao in behind. Je suis Grelot. Once again, a way better shot than I would have expected from my left wing back. To be fair, the keeper got to it, but also, like, I'm not expecting that to get anywhere near troubling the keeper, and that was, like, low and driven into the ground. There we go, Rao. Clear the ball. Let's move up our lines. Okay, Tahoe. That was a crazy shot from them. I'm glad that Tahoe got there. Nicky Stones. Chance to make a miracle happen here. Manuel Rao driving back in. Nicky Stones back to Rao. Rao! Oh, but they're calling us offsides. Nicky Stones didn't get back in time. There we go, Comey. Buruano. Josue Grelot. Dota Fofana. Fofana once again offsides. To Josue Grelot. Buruano. Back to Grelot. Jean Mario. Ooh, that would have been it. That would have been the way to end his career. A beautiful goal. Okay, let's bring off our wingbacks for different wingbacks. Perotti. Mero. Mero. Back to Buruano. Okay, so still haven't been able to break through. I think this is time to drop an encourage. Keep the spirits high. Okay, Nikki Stones, this is a chance for a miracle. Barbini? Ooh, Barbini almost getting there. So I think we're going to make our last 2 subs, and I think that's going to be Stanic off for Riggio. And then it is going to be Dauda Fofana off for Giuseppe Coppola. Okay, Nikki Stones. Nice, Giuseppe. Nope, couldn't do that. There you go, Mero. Well, got 13 minutes. Let's win this ball back soon. Okay, Kosier, that was, even I admit, a little much. Okay, 10 minutes, chat. 10 minutes. There's a goal in this game. I know it. Hopefully, it's not this one here from Ivan Cedric. Nice, Nicky Stones. Reform the shape. Reform the shape. Okay, Tahoe. Mero. Buruano. Kosier. Coppola in behind. Coppola! Absolutely insane save from the goalkeeper there. Giuseppe's shot looked destined to go in. Nicky Stones here on the short corner. Passing it in to Nicholas Mero. Nero back to Nicky Stones. Stones to Barbini. Oh, denied by the post! Nicholas Mero! Buruano! Perotti! It's all Pro Vercelli here, folks. An insane run of play sees some excellent defensive work out of Casertana to maintain their clean sheet against literally every odd. Perotti. Okay, a free kick. A free kick in a dangerous area. Can we please break down this defense? Nicky Stones, the miracle worker himself. Sends it for our post, but keeper beats everyone else to it. 2 minutes in regulation here. Let's... There we go, Rao. Mero. Perotti in behind to Comey. Oh, Comey a little too heavy on the touch, but Coppola wins the ball. Hey, that's a throw-in. It's a throw-in in a dangerous area. Let's go. 5 minutes left. 2, 1. Okay, the last play of the game. Can we please? Buzzer beater here, baby. Let's go. Rao. Kosier. I can't keep it down. Giuseppe Coppola will look back on this one and ask if Giuseppe Coppola could have made the difference, and I agree. Giuseppe Coppola's shot was absolutely insane, and it was a great movement from the goalkeeper to keep it out there. With that, though, we finish in 9th, 1 point below the playoffs, and that ends our season in Serie B, chat. Round of applause to the wonderful play from Pro Vercelli to get us to this point. We have maintained ourselves in good form in Serie B, and next year, hopefully, with a little effort and a little massaging here in the offseason, we're going to be able to make a valiant push to maintain ourselves in Serie B, or maybe even push for Serie A. But we have some work to do in the offseason for sure. It wasn't meant to be, but we do know that if we had won that game, we would have gotten in. It would have put us on 58 points, and it would have been Cesena, Reggiana, and us, and we would have beaten out Venezia. But we finished pretty well. We finished the best of all of the newly promoted teams. We finished in 9th. Arezzo finished in 11th. And then Beneveneto finished in 16th, which is great for us. We have to do some sad things now here for the end of the year. First, a sad farewell to Jean-Mario Comi, who's been one of the stalwarts of our team since we started this. He's been our captain, he's been our leader. And he bids farewell not just to Pro Vercelli, but to the entirety of the game of football as he retires at 35 years old now in the off-season. He's been a wonderful servant. We've loved every minute of him. A round of applause, chat, for Jean-Mario Comi. Let's get to our season recap, and then we can do our awards. Our initial budgets. They've set our initial transfer budget at 802,000. Our wage budget at 104. End of season review. So, end of season review, we have a tradition here at the Jank Drawer. Every time we get to the end of our season, we do an awards show for who are the best players of the season, what were our best moments of the season, and what was our general idea here. First, to look at it, let's look at what the board thinks. Overall, the board thinks that we did a B+. They like our squad. They're not a big fan of our tactics. They're not a big fan of our matches or our recruitment, but they're okay with our progress towards the club vision. Supporters are overall just very happy. They like what we did. They're disappointed with the performances of Fone Stefano, Gianmario Comi, and Emanuele Rao, but so are we. We weren't scoring a lot of goals towards the end there, and that's not great. Recruitment. The only signings that the board liked were Henry Stanic, Nicky Stones, Christian Riggio, and then the loan offer for Emanuele Rao, and for Matteo Barbini. The worst signings they thought were Jordan Bustin, Mili Vitven, and Emanuele Pecorino. Supporters, on the other hand, really just didn't like Emanuele Pecorino, which I agree with, and have really only liked Alain Tahoe. But we have great managerial support, a good club atmosphere. Good to hear. So, let's go through the things that we can decide just based off of the numbers. We'll look at our squad here real quick. These are the men that have taken us through a wonderful Serie B introductory campaign. And in a very fitting send-off, our top goal scorer of the season 2 in Serie B is none other than Gian-Mario Comi. With 9 goals from his 19 appearances, and then 10 additional appearances off the bench in the campaign, Gian-Mario led a very, once again, distributed amount of scoring. The next closest being Emanuele Rao with 8, and then Azuri Sao, who has been out on loan all season, and might be time to call him in from the rain and have him be our leading man, because he also scored 8 goals this season. Mohamed Malahi, our next highest on 4 and 6, and then Nicky Stones and Fode Fofana. Really just not a lot of goals from anyone. Fode Fofana had a very injury-hampered season, and that resulted in only playing 12 games and 7 starts off the bench. But so did Mohamed Malahi without having the injuries, just not being in the rotation, and he scored as many goals and got 4 more assists. So Mohamed Malahi, close second. That gets us then to our next statistical stat. Most assists through the year. And we've had a lot of assist makers this year, chat, but none have done it better than Nicky Stones and Ricardo Odi. Ricardo Odi, who we signed on a free in January of our first season and never played, and he just sat on the bench, but we signed him because we needed a third option at a left-sided wingback, and he fit the bill and didn't ask for a lot of money. We found out going into the season, he's actually the best left back at our club, and we were a fool for not playing him. And he might have been one of the best players of the year for us. He got 2 goals and 7 assists on an average rating of 7.05. Nicky Stones, who has also had a very good game for us this season, got 4 goals and 7 assists. And because of that, it is a tie on assists of the year between Nicky Stones. Oh, sorry. I need that here. And Ricardo Odi. Our final, just statistics-based reading is who had the highest average rating of the season, and with all 11 appearances that they have made, Alain Tahoe is currently leading that with a 7.16. Close second goes to Ricardo Odi at 7.05, and then Mohamed Malahi and Matteo Barbini. None of these players played more than 18 games. To be fair, our highest appearance rate was, I think, Pietro Passador and Jordan Bustin on 28 and 25, respectively. No one really played more than 24 games, which is a good idea. We want to be rotating. We want to be getting people playing time. But I do think that Alain Tahoe, as our backup keeper, only getting to 11 is not necessarily meeting the threshold that we have in spirit for this award. But Ricardo Odi getting to 22 across, coming off the bench and all that stuff, I think is good enough. So Ricardo Odi, congratulations. You are the highest average rating. Signing of the season, chat, I think, without a question, has to go to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Nicky Stones. Nicolo Pietra, he came to us a diamond in the rough, a young 21, 22, maybe even 23, a young 22, probably when he started, 23-year-old now, center mid that was, for us, a -6. Like, he wasn't actually that good based off of all of our metrics, but we saw potential there, and we saw that he could become someone truly great. And then, over the course of a season, he pushed out such giants as Huijsen, he pushed out such giants as Ashraf Al-Bouchatawi, and he became not only the best player on our team, but potentially the best midfielder in Serie B. He was dangerous going forward. He was dangerous in the channels. He was dangerous on the ball. He was everything you ever wanted him to be and more. He was imperious in the air. Nicky Stones is our signing of the season. He's a fan favorite. As for our underperformer of the season, someone that just, even with all of the games they've been given, couldn't get things together. I think there's a couple of good considerations for this. Ashraf El Bouchatawi in 14 games couldn't get it together. 6.5 average rating. There's a reason we've moved on from him, and he's been listed, and hopefully he leaves. Meli Vitven is the other contender for this award, and Meli Vitven might actually win it. Just because Meli Vitven, we brought him in, he was supposed to be so good. Admittedly, Emanuele Rao, who played ahead of him most of the season, was very good, but Meli Vitven is as good, if not better, than Emanuele Rao, and just could not ever string together a run of performances. Playing 29 games this season, 3 goals, 1 assist, average rating is 6.64. We expected more out of Meli Vitven. He was one of the early, really big... really good signings we had found, and we were really excited for him, and he just has not really delivered this season. Hero of the Season award, I think goes to no one other than Gian-Mario Comi. Gian-Mario Comi at 35 was our captain. He led us from the front, and he dragged us into this result, kicking and screaming with his 9 goals. It was a team-leading 9 goals from the person that we had on our team to lead it. And we are going to miss him. That is our number one thing that we have to replace. We have to replace his 9 goals, and we have to replace that just absolute unit of a leadership paragon in a league. And he's going to be leaving some very heavy boots to fill. Now, into our matches. What was our low light of the season, chat? And I know that that's always something that we don't necessarily love having to talk about, but it's worth, discussing. And I think that there's a lot of things that are up for contention in this one. We started off the season rocky. Draws against Pisa, which were huge. Draw against Cremonese, which wasn't as good as we thought. Win against Venezia, which ended up mattering. Drawing to Avellino, we don't love. The 6-4 against Juve Stabia was just wild. And then Las Carresi. Las Torezzo, Las Catanzaro, Las Lecce. But really, I think nothing was more demoralizing than either the Sampdoria 2-4 that we just played today, or I have to remember if this Reggiana one was the one that they had like a million penalties in. This 1-4 loss to Reggiana. No, this was just 4 open play goals that we played Jean-Claude Pilong, and he got absolutely dominated by Cedric and Sabiri. So I think it's a Reggiana 4-1. This is one where Reggiana finished only barely above us in the playoffs. If we had gotten this result to go another way, even a draw, we would have been in, Venezia would have been out. And we just got absolutely blown up at home at the Solviola on the day. And it was kind of an unexcusable loss. Highlight was definitely the 4-0 dismantling of Empoli. There's other things. The 5-1 destruction of Mantova, the 4-2 victory over Bari. But this was just one where Empoli came to our house at the Silviola on the day, and we expected to lose because Empoli very desirably got promoted back to Serie A. But this was all the sweeter by the fact that they had not only been favorites to go up, They sniped one of the best prospects that we found in our off-season scouting, the really, really good +6 center attacking midfielder. And to have them come to us, and admittedly, we went into Empoli at the end of the season and we lost 3-1, and that's how it should have been. But to have them come to us in the Silva Piola at the beginning of the season, just the first match of November, and just hammer them on home turf 4-0, I was on cloud 9. It didn't matter that we lost 2 of our next 3 games and that we could only draw against Modena. We demolished Empoli, and that's all that mattered to me. Now, best comeback. Once again, I can't remember these in the moment now, but I know that there was a lot of good comebacks in the season. This Sampdoria is a really good one. Once again, conceding, much like the Sampdoria that we just lost, where we lost 4-2. Going behind to an early, just absolutely bullcrap penalty, and then just slowly clawing our way back with a goal in the first half, and then 2 goals in the second half to pull ourselves up from our bootstraps behind Angel Barono, Iotti, and Gianmario Comi is I think, from what I can remember of this season, our best comeback was the 3-3 against Sampdoria. Just because one of the stories of our season is all of these bogus penalty calls that we were giving up. And to have this one be like in the thick of us giving up all of these bogus penalties that were losing us games that we otherwise should have been drawing or could have been winning, and have it for once just not even matter. We gave up the penalty and we persevered and we got the win, was kind of huge. But with that, that'll end Serie B Season 1, chat. With that, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to go get some water. I'm going to go eat a snack because I'm starting to get a little bit lightheaded. And then we'll be back to finish out the rest of the stream. We've got 2 more hours that we're going to go tonight. And we're going to start off our preseason. We're going to start off our off-season here to see what kind of success we can get as we try to prepare for another wonderful, thrilling year in the Serie B. And I hope you'll join me for it when we get back. Until then, I will see you in a minute, chat. Welcome back, chat. We are here having a team meeting, talking about what our vision for the next year is. Mid-table is what we're looking for. There we go. So, mid-table would be good. Like the real-life aspect of this game, you don't really want to get promoted too quickly. And if we don't get promoted, we can attempt to just kind of build up a good solid base here in Serie B, so that when we eventually go up to Serie A, we can have the best possible chance of staying in Serie A. Is the idea, at least, behind this. What that means is that we are gonna probably actually need to start looking at ways to stay here. We have a team that has proven a couple of things. One, that we are defensively solid enough to stay in Serie B. With the positions that we have and the players that we've brought in and the scouting, like, we have a good proof of concept there. Where we have fallen apart is that we don't have a team that can score goals. The fact of the matter is that. We are not scoring enough goals. We have exactly one striker that has scored more than 8 goals in a season, and he just retired. Gabriel Guri, +3 goalkeeper, Anes Hamas. And a lot of that comes down to, I don't know what's going on, but our forwards are not doing very well in our system. And I think that a lot of work can be put into trying to figure out what we want to do with this. Because, so, like, here's our system that we've been playing. It's been working pretty well for us. This is the system that we were playing before. This is much more akin to, like, the Napoli, not the Napoli, the Inter Milan system that Inter plays currently in real life. Which, speaking of Inter, did they end up losing that game? They were playing in Inter against Bodo Glimt today. And yeah, they lost that game. So not only did Bodo Glimt beat them at Bodo Glimt to go on to the round of 16 in the Champions League, they then went to Inter in the off-season for Bodo Glimt, by the way. Since Bodo Glimt, it being a Norwegian team, doesn't play in the Norwegian League because the Norwegian League doesn't play during the winter. They only play during the summer. They went down to Milan to play Inter and won 5-2 on aggregate, beating them both home and away legs 3-1 into 2-1. But it's gotten to this thing that I have been thinking about for a while now, chat. And I want to know your thoughts on it, and I want to know how we feel about it. I think that the main reason that we are having the issues that we are having with the number of goals we're going forward with is, like, in this position, we have a bit of a gap between our midfielders and our forwards, and they're not getting there. So this is probably not long-term a thing that we're going to be able to necessarily work with. In this one, we've got everyone running through a channel, and then our pivot here, our AM that's supposed to be getting there, as well as just when we get to our in possession attacking, everyone's up. Everyone's up. I don't know why Rao is the one that's getting into this channel. I don't know why he's doing that. Is that a Rao thing? He doesn't have any traits, so it's just something he's doing, I guess. We're trying to get there. And I don't know that it's necessarily working super well for us. But one of the things that I've been thinking a lot about, chat, and to the point that I was actually watching a lot of highlights from it right now, is right now what we are trying to do as Pro Vercelli is a miracle comeback story. We are reawakening one of the old giants, one of the old ghosts of Italian football, the Lions of Pro Vercelli, and we're bringing them all the way back up the pyramid, and then we're hoping to dominate Serie A. In real life right now, a very similar story is happening around a very similarly positioned small market team in the Italian football game, Como, known worldwide, famously for the lake that it is next to, and George Clooney, who spends a lot of time in Lake Como. Under the tutelage and managerial oversight of Cesc Fabregas, the Spanish international star, has rioted up through the ranks and is now doing wonderfully in Serie A, as evidenced by the fact that I think they played Juventus either yesterday or earlier this weekend. When was the Juventus Como game? The Juventus Como game is Sunday? No, Saturday. Juventus Como was played on Saturday. And in this game, Como, who are these young, upcoming stars of Serie A football, playing behind the tutelage of Cesc Fabregas, played against Juventus, the former giants of the game. They've won it more than almost anyone. The Serie has been one of the best teams in Italy for a very, very long time. Former home of giants such as Cristiano Ronaldo, such as Zlatan Ibrahimovic. This is one of the biggest teams in the world, definitely one of the biggest teams in Italy. And in that game, Como won 2-0. They had 48% possession. They had 1.38 expected goals, 11 total shots, and 2 big chances. And they did that playing a very standard 4-2-3-1 control possession, tiki-taka kind of thing. They play like Cesc Fabregas played his entire career. Because Cesc Fabregas is a manager who's just teaching them how to play the only way he knows how to play. Which, as the Spanish international, this is now, once again, his second season. And in the 2 seasons that he's had no, this isn't his second season. It's his second appointment. Since he was at Como as a player manager for 5 games, and then he's been at Como since July 2024. Thomases are generally very hopeful and nice. We like that. So, welcome to the channel, Dun344. Welcome for your first time chat. Thanks for joining us. You've joined us in an off-season moment where we're trying to dissect what went well, what didn't go well, and how we can improve. Cesc Fabregas, in his career, when he wasn't in the Premier League and things like that, was playing in La Liga, playing a lot of these tiki-taka systems. And he has done a lot of... It's nice to talk sometimes, and we like having you around. And thanks for lurking. Lurkers matter also. Lurkers matter just as much. They have just the same rights. And so I've been thinking about that a lot, of essentially, we have 2 ways that we can play. And one of the ways that we have been playing, and that I think we will continue playing, is a lot we have been doing here, which is we're trying to focus about not losing. And you can focus by not losing of doing one of 2 ways. You can either be what we've been doing, which is extremely counterattacking focused, absorb all of the pressure, and then counter and try and get in. But we haven't been countering super well. Or you can try and absorb pressure and get the ball and then control the ball and play entirely under your own power and volition. And if you're doing it that way, then it is, instead of just trying to be defensively solid by accepting pressure and letting our opponents have crazy possession numbers against us. Of like, if we look at our, how would we view this? Squad. This is all things that I should be able to. Nope, not there. Data Hub. Data Hub will have all the data we want. Team Analytics. I would like Possession Analytics, please. So on average, we are winning the ball back less than average, and we are giving away the ball less than the average team. We infrequently win the ball, but we lose possession. So we aren't reliable in possession, and we don't win the ball back. So our passing numbers are eye-catching. We pass less than the average team, and we pass less accurately than the average team. So we are passing very little, and we're bad at passing, as opposed to lots of passes, accurate passing, like Mantova up at the top here. Our final third dominance numbers demand further attention. Teams produce a less than average number of passes against us in the final third. We produce a less than average number of passes in the final third. So we have no passes against us in the final third, but we also don't pass in the final third. So that's not great. We'd want to be here. Or actually here. Lots of passes against the final third, lots of passes for in the final third. So the idea is we can either be the possession, like we have no possession system that we've been, or we can be a system that is trying to control and dominate possession more, and hopefully that gets us into possessions that we can get more goals. And I think that's the direction I want to take our team. And what I'm thinking about doing that is we're going to make our third tactic is a vertical tiki-taka. So we've been mostly playing something that's probably most likely to a catenaccio. 3 at the back, direct passing, bypass the press, play for set pieces, counterattack. And we want to transition to building a team that can play something like this vertical tiki-taka. Short, simple passes, maintain control, work the ball through things, play through the middle, and then counterattack in transition, press high, and work this way. As part of that, I want us to learn how to play a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1. 4-3-3, I think, is less good for us than a 4-2-3-1 right now because we have more people that can play this. Although I'm not against a 4-3-3. If it's our 3 midfielders, we want to have a midfield 3 no matter what. The thing is, we've been slowly getting rid of all of our wingers, but we've been signing strikers that are actually wingers. So we actually have more wingers than you would think. And then out of possession, we can simplify this into either a 4-2-2, a 4-1-4-1, or just continue being a 4-3-3. And I think we would do a 4-3-3. So a lot of this is coming from that idea of, once again, I want us to be a team that is focused more on maintaining possession and attacking our opponent. So once again, we aren't necessarily being This isn't taking a step off the pedal. We aren't stopping the idea of being attacking. We still want to be very much running at the throats of our opponents. But the idea now is that we want to be still defensively solid, but moving into places where we are hopefully giving our forward a chance to actually be a better forward. So, what do I mean by that? Currently, our forwards are seeing a lot of problems, and you can see this in our highlights and the things we've been doing of like, let's try and look at highlights from any of these games. So let's just go into this game. We won this game, but if we look at the highlights for these goals, this is a corner goal. Let's go to the other one. The other one's not a header. This Lysani goal. This Lysani goal is also kind of atypical though, so maybe not that one. Let's go to the Palermo game. Maybe not this one. Trying to find one that's not a set piece goal, so we could see the problem that I've been seeing as we've been playing. Why does it not want to work? Will this one load? Okay, it's loading up the goals here now. I'm trying to find one of our very few seldom ultimate play goals, which is mainly the fact that it's taking this long to find one is one of the problems with this. This will work. Okay. Let's go to 2D. So this is a view you've never seen before, but it's one that's going to be very good for illustrating it. So this is the 2D classic view. So for the first, I want to say probably 20 years that they made Football Manager games, this was the only view that you had. That's why it's called 2D classic. But it's great for illustrating the point of what we're trying to do here of each of these little circles is one of our players, and it's going to show how they move on the pitch and where they all are at any given time. So, for us, Luca Coccolo right here on the left with the ball, has the little ball icon, is our left wing back. 41 here is Perotti, he's our right wing back. Jean-Mario Comi is our right-sided striker. Dennis Cazadori is our left-sided striker. Sami Lysani is our left-sided channel midfielder. Burano is our right-sided channel midfielder, and Vitven here is our AMC. He's supposed to be right here, right next to 8, following that. So if we continue watching this, Coccolo has now brought the ball all the way down to the corner. That's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to get there. And then when we look in the box, Cazadori's got 3 people on him, 2 defenders and the goalkeeper. Lysani has Felicissimo on him, covered. Vitvin, covered by Santoro. Gian-Mario Comi, covered by Zampano. The only free people we've created are Bruano, who's here on his own, and Perotti on the far end. So we'd have to get the ball all the way to them, and then either one of these would have to try to run in and play on the ball. Right now, it looks like, though, Cocolo's just going to lose that ball, and we're going to have to reset our shape. But that's a very normal, like, that's what our offense looks like going forward. So, like here, Perotti brings it down the right. Plays it in towards Cazadori. We score that one, but he was offsides. But if we can go back... to watch this build up again. We've got a while here before the game that we care about. Vitvin is as far back as he is because he's the one that played the ball into Cocolo. He immediately gets back to his position here. Once again, we're waiting for the Perotti into Cazadori. Which comes after they get a good press going here. Charlotte puts down, wins it, Perotti, and then Perotti just begins his run all the way down here. Watch Cazadori. Cazadori gets into 2, wins the header, gets in there. In the build-up to that, watch it again, you'll see, now we're not going to watch Cazadori this time, we're going to watch all of the people around him, where people get into these spaces. And this is one of the few good examples. There's probably many more of this example here, where it's like we get to the byline and there's no one for him to go to. We'd maybe ideally want Stanic coming out here to, you know, pick this up. Lysani maybe in like this position. Borano or Perotti have already making those runs, but essentially like we're trying to get it so either we want to be playing in behind or we want to be breaking down these positions here. And ideally we would like a goal scoring threat out of our strikers that can actually, you know, score a goal. Excuse me. And so that's kind of the idea here. Is it's like we want to play something that is this invented? Like, are we reinventing the wheel with a 4-3-3 DM wide vertical tiki-taka? No. We are in fact probably the furthest from reinventing the wheel possible with this. But the idea is we want something that actually shows what we're doing here. We want something that essentially this is not the shape we want. We haven't looked at it, but in possession, look at all this. We've got center back, Barabini. This is our DLP. So this is a person that's going to be dropping in and trying to link up play through the midfield. And then as we progress, we're going to want many options at all things. These little triangles. Triangle, 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 triangle that we can work through. And then eventually work our way into the box from. For us, what that's probably going to look like is we want our DLP here. It's going to hold position and be expressive. We want our channel midfielder here. We want our advanced playmaker here. No, we probably just don't want 2 playmakers. Attacking midfielder here. We need people that are going to stay wide. We mainly have actual fullbacks. So what, wingback, and then something like these. And then, so when it comes to our forwards, we want every kind of forward wants something different. So deep lying forward wants to be able to come back, get into space, link up the play, and have people making runs past him. So that's what you want your channel midfielder for. That's what you want IFs for. People running past him for him to play the ball to, and then he gets there last. Center forward, you just want to like get out in front and get through there, and he's going to lead the line and try and get there. This is essentially, don't tell him to do anything, he'll figure it out on his own. Target forward is going to be standing shoulder to shoulder with the defender at the back, and is going to try and win every header and play it off to someone with it. Or collect it and then play it off. Poacher is going to stand on that last line and then try and beat them to the ball behind it. This is something you want someone that's really fast to be able to do it, and you just want to be really patient that poachers are going to score goals, but you have to let them score goals. Channel forwards are going to try and find those channels and run into them, and so you have to play into those channels, and then they have to try and score from them. And then false 9 is essentially going to play here and link up play. Think Lionel Messi. We are at this point going to have essentially our 2 forward options that are Giuseppe Coppola, who can only play center forward or channel forward, which means we need to have him have channels to be running into. Or we are going to be getting back, because he just had a really good season, Osino Sao. Osino Sao, I want to see how well he actually improved while he was gone. Since he's -3 on jumping reach, -4 after pace, -1 after acceleration, -3 after concentration, -5 after vision, -8 after balance. He's still -9, so he actually hasn't gotten any better at his time at Alcione. But at Alcione, who are admittedly a division below us, he scored more goals than anyone else on our team scored this year. So the other thing that we need now is we don't really have anyone that can play DM. Or anyone that we've evaluated play DMs. We've only been looking at center mids. So we need to see who on our team can actually play DM and how good at playing DM are they. So like Samuel Aysani can play DM. How good of a DM is he? If we put him at DM, we care about different things than we cared about center mid. Acceleration, he has. Anticipation, he has. Stamina, he has a -2. Jumping reach, he has. Composure, he's now at a +1. And passing, he's at a -4. So like DM, he's a -4. Bushatawi, if he comes back, can he play DM? How bad of a DM is he? Acceleration, he's a -1. Anticipation, he's a -2. Stamina, he's a -3. Jumping reach, he's a -4. Composure, he's a -3. Passing, he's a -2. So he's still not great, but he's better than he is at a CM. Piran we're losing. So we don't really have anyone that can play this DM role. So we need to find someone creative that can be our thing there. And just overall, we need our level of passing and vision to be pretty high. But the idea is, it's like we're trying to just get people that can play in positions. And like this is honestly very good for the fact that it's like we have people like Fode Fofana, who is really much more of an attacking midfielder than he is a striker. Do we have any wingbacks that can actually play an inverted wingback? Like, how are our wingbacks actually? Let's look at our wingbacks. So, Ricardo Odi, inside wingback. He also doesn't have good passing. Pino, not great passing. Perotti, also bad passing. Okay, so we just have to like actually play our wingbacks as wingbacks, don't we? Which means we want to invert our wingers. But like now we've got Malahi in a good position. We've got Pecorino is still technically our best striker. We don't actually want to play false nine. We want to play a deep lying forward. But so essentially our goal is we're going to have him drop in, we're going to have everyone else run past him into channels and play off of him, and then a DLP that's helping us get passing around. And then wingbacks that are getting further forward. And then out of possession. Fullback. Fullback. DM, pressing central midfielders, tracking center forward, tracking winger. Just get everyone back. What this should do for us is in our in possession now, this is our build-up phase. So from build-up, we've got 3 options here, much like this. This will look very similar in build-up than what we were currently doing. But now it's just where everyone stands, and this is largely due to personal position preference. Then we get into our progression phase. Barbini is our placeholder for whoever's going to be our DM that's actually linking all the play together. And they'll be playing in these just kind of triangles through the midfield. Since we're doing vertical tiki-taka, not horizontal tiki-taka, we're trying to progress straight through this way. And then we'll get into our final third. And at this point, Pecorino will now be back up to the front, and he'll have multiple options to play it off of. We don't want to shoot from distance. We want to use low crosses. I like a balance of pass into space and pass into feet. Play through press, short. Okay. And then out of possession, we want to have a lower line of engagement, a higher line of engagement, high press, a lower defensive line. We want to step up more, press much more often, counter press, get stuck in. Then out of possession, DM. A dropping defensive midfielder I don't actually hate. Because now, look, we've got our back five again. We've got... This is just a much more compact shape. Have this be a center forward. And what if we put you back to winger and winger? What is our... So, not as good out wide, but still there. And then our high press. If we do tracking winger, what does our high press look like? So I think I want to attempt this. I think this is our main goal for the off season, and the goal for the second season of Serie B is we're going to try and transition. Now that we've solidified into, we have some pretty good center backs. We've got Stanic, we've got Kosier, we've got Reggio, we've got essentially 4 really solid center backs and a whole bunch of really solid backup center backs. In Reggio, so like our best 2 center backs is actually Reggio and where is Bustin? Jordan Bustin. There's Jordan Bustin. As our starting 2, and then our backup 2 can be Stanic and Kosier. Those are 2 really good things, and then we have a whole bunch of good backups in Mansortiam, Mosqueta, the new 16-year-old that's a -4. Left back and right back, we've got Pino, who can still play in this position. We've got... Can Perotti still play in this position? Not really, but Perotti can play here. And Perotti's actually pretty good there. We've got Coccolo and Grelot, who can play out on the left still. And Odi can play on the left. And Mero can play on the left or the right. The highest priority now position for us to look for is we need this player. We need the deep lying playmaker that's going to hold this entire team together. But this is, I think, the team that we want to build towards. I think we want to start transitioning out of so this is a team. This is an idea of a team that is very much built around we are a bad team in a good league. We need to survive, and we want to transition out of that mentality into we belong here and we want to make a statement. Because the main goal of this is we want to have more of an agency and more of an ability to, when we get into games like the one that we ended the season with against a team that was not attacking us, they were just trying to let us accept us. We couldn't break them down, and this way we can start trying to break them all down. So I think we're gonna make this. This is our big transition for season 3. Chat is we are going to be prioritizing a transition back to something like this. We have our midfield 3. We want to be very solid defensively, so we're not going to get anything really ambitious with these. If we want to get as ambitious as possible, this is the most ambitious I'm willing to go, is they play as wingbacks in possession, and they play out of possession as fullbacks. We don't want you to actually ever be a ball-playing goalkeeper, Alentajo. You are so bad on your feet. Hey, you're always welcome to lurk, Gentetsu. We love having anyone around. One of the things that I should really do, besides making you we need more lands emote, is I should make a lurk command to figure out what those are supposed to look like, and we can make one. But we're talking about our transition to, instead of being a bad team in a good league, a team that's supposed to be here in a bad league, and trying to build ourselves around that. So, it's, important off-season things. Sorry, I'm also still sick, so I will have to keep blowing my nose. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to identify how we're going to find this DM now that we have a DM that we need to find. And then we already have wingers, but we should maybe just create wingers. So we need a DM. Castellio here is a forward, but once again, we have forwards at our club that we want to try and work with. I'm more interested in this DM role. Transfer room out. How many people will actually take the people we have? Will you take Emanuelo off my hands? Okay. when is the next date that we actually care about? Since we might just go forward till then, because I want to start looking at players that are actually going to matter for us. Because like I'm sitting here very seriously considering what our tactical advice needs to be, since I'm very adamant of what we've done so far has been great and it's helped us get here. And like, while I am basically saying, hey, let's get rid of this very original formation and go into the most basic 4-3-3 that you've ever seen, there is a good reason for that. Okay. The other thing is, like, we have money issues, so bringing anyone in is going to be pretty hard. Because we have to now pay to make our stadium bigger. Jan Zambrek, 26-year-old midfielder. You can't play the position we care about, but you can play a lot of positions we care about, which is still pretty good. That's most of our money for signings, though, and we don't want to waste that kind of money on some player, on just one player. Do we have any of the people from our young heroes? This could be a guy. Wanted by Bologna and Fiorentina, though, so we're probably not going to be able to get him. Acceleration meets our threshold. Anticipation meets our threshold. Stamina meets our threshold. Jumping reach, he's a -1. Composure, he's back up to flat. And passing, he's a 0. So this is not a bad... Like, if we could get this guy in... Eduardo Biondini... Like, what would Empoli want for him on loan? Just his wages. Good one to remember, Biondini. As a DM deep-lying playmaker, this guy's not horrible. Acceleration, he's a +1. Anticipation, he's a -1. Stamina, he's a -4. Jumping reach, he's a -5. Composure, he's a -12. Passing, he's a -14. From Roma, eh, you say? Not great, but still fine. Okay. Let's look at our calendar real quick, shall we? When does transfer window opens on the 1st? So let's just vacation to the 24th, shall we? Go on vacation until the 25th. Okay, so we want to just get to this as fast as possible, chat, because I'm very excited about our new tactic. We found a couple of people that I think are not the worst options to fill that DM pivot role. But I have a very specific, like, character of player in mind, in that I want someone that is generally good on the ball, able to do that, but not a defensive liability when they eventually drop back into that flat back five. I want essentially the best ball-playing center back in the world to fill that role. The problem that we're running into, and that we're going to continue to run into, is that our team is still not necessarily great. They're pretty good, and they're good enough for our level. We just need to see, like, what is the average passing of, like, our entire team, and, like, can our team pass? And it's like, we know our wingbacks cannot pass. Our wingbacks are only good at the things that we want wingbacks to be good at, which is being fast and having decent composure and vision. We also need to find someone that can be our new captain and has high leadership. And we don't have one of those currently. The mixture of caffeine and sugar has really helped with the fact that I did not have, that I had a little bit of a lightheaded thing going on there. Okay, so priority here, chat. We need new DM. We need someone that can build that up. Whether it's someone we're bringing in on loan, which we can continue doing. We're doing really good with loans. Our center backs, I think, are fine. And then we're just looking for improvements upon positions if we can find them. We can find someone that is better at the winger positions. We'll take that if we can. We have a couple of good options going up front between Pecorino, Giuseppe Coppola, and Ozono Sao, who are like our three strikers. And I'm pretty confident in those are the three that I want to be our strikers going forward, and try to figure out how they all work out. The issues we're going to come into is we have a lot of older players that we have to move on that are going to be pretty high prio, is like getting rid of Emanuelo, getting rid of Iliario Iotti, getting rid of Jean-Claude Belong if he's still around. Bushatawi, if Bushatawi comes back, we'll just play him at DM, but also we don't know that Bushatawi is going to come back. Because Bushatawi is on a loan with option to buy deal. And if they buy him, great. We actually kind of want him to be gone because he was not good enough for us. Patrick and Ricci +1. +1 is not bad. +1. We only have, I think, 3 positions that we have someone with a non-negative number in, and that's midfield, center back, and goalkeeper. Okay, we're almost back, chat. Positives. We have two absolutely insane goalkeepers for our level in Alain Tahoe and Pietro Pasador. We have the best midfielder in the league in Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones is just chef's kiss. If we can hold on to Nicky Stones, great. If we have to sell Nicky Stones, the thing is we signed him for free, and if we sell him, it's pure profit, and we're gonna be able to make a profit off of it because he's just that good. Like, there's no way we don't get a profit off of Nicky Stones. Other pros, we just have very good homegrown midfielders. We've got Buruanu, who's good. We've got Cancia, who's good. Cancia, also now we're playing wingers again, and he's potentially going to be one of the best wingers in the league. Some things that we need to look at, though, is we do need to, now that we're not playing wingers as strikers and we're playing wingers again, we need to see how good our wingers are at actually being wingers at our level, which I have those mechanics written down. We just haven't looked at them to see who our wingers are that we should actually be playing. Okay, we're coming back. Okay, we're hopping back in, chat. We're taking over. We've got a week before the window opens. Bustin is back. Gossier, not getting better, but he's not getting worse. Francesco Camarda is the best young striker. He's 19 years old. Wanted by Wolverhampton Wanderers, and he is loan listed. What would it take to loan this guy in? Way more money than we have. Way more money than we have. So we're not even going to attempt. Thank you for your consideration, Francesco Camarda. Dean Huiberts has triggered his clause. Pecorino is back. Levia, 22-year-old winger from the Real Madrid B team. We're releasing Odi, Iotti, and Marchetti. Odi, I don't actually think was a good release. Odi was kind of our best left back. But we do have Mero that we can keep playing. We have to start repaying our debt, which is not great. Simon Lorenz is someone they think that we should be interested in. He's underbid by Red Star FC and Padova. He's a center back that we don't know anything about that's 30 years old. I don't think we actually are interested. Niko Kovac, 22-year-old DM. The Lecce U20s, 22-year-old Bosnia-Herzegovina. 13 acceleration, he's a -3. Anticipation, he's a +1, so we're at a -2. Stamina, -4, so a -6. Jumping reach, -5. Composure, -8. Passing, -10. I'm good on Niko Kovac. Sidi Cissé, 24-year-old winger. Consistent, doesn't hate big games. Right winger. Pace, we're at a +3. Acceleration, we're at a +6. Anticipation, we're at a +5. Crossing, we're at a +3. Dribbling, we're at a +4. Jumping reach, +1. Technique, +2. Composure, -2. Okay. Don't hate CDCC. Yaboa, 22-year-old midfielder. Loves big matches. I like to hear that. He plays DM, which is the position we're looking for. He can't play center back, which is less than ideal. He is 6'1" though, so he wouldn't be a liability if we pushed him back in there. Acceleration, he's a -1. Anticipation, he's flat. Stamina, he's a -2. Jumping reach, now he's back to a -1. Composure, he's back to flat. Passing, he's down to a -2. But he's not bad. He could be really, really good. He's loan listed. Let's add him to this one. Elton Yeboah, worth considering. It could get pretty good. Giuseppe Guagdani. Don't know anything about him. We're good. Osifo. Jesse Joronen at Modena. 34-year-old goalkeeper. We don't need a goalkeeper. Scouting range. We have 114 to spend this year. So we're gonna scout Italy. Vitvin can speak basic Italian. Let's go. Patrick Enrici is a good center back that we were interested in. He's the best center back at US Avellino when Avellino went down. He's wanted by Salernitana. Ooh, that's something else we should check. Who came down? Who got relegated from Serie A? Monza, Spezia, and Frosinone. Okay. And then Bari got the promotion. Because they drew us, Avellino went down in 20th. Interesting. Bode Fofana is back. Yari Stevens. Union Saint-Gilloise wants to get rid of him. How good of a wingback are you, Yari? You're slow. Can't accelerate. Can't jump. You have no composure and no vision. You're in fact the worst one that I've ever seen. Casador's back from his injury. With left back we wanted maybe, but he's not available anymore. Casador, I mean, we don't want to sell him, but if he leaves, we will. We'll find a way to replace him. Levente Salvo. Good Hungarian striker. Mansot wants to negotiate his contract. He wants to be a breakthrough prospect. We're fine with that. I'm also fine with loaning you out, Mansot. I think you could be loaned out pretty easily. Especially now that we're going to a back two. Okay, so let's go. Pitcher Pasador is getting linked with a whole bunch of different teams. How much longer of a contract do we have Pasador on? Till 2029, so like we don't have to make any hasty decisions on him. Because we'd like to keep Pasador as long as possible. Now. Transfer room out. Offer to Ascoli, Simonian Manuelo. Who on our team do we want to get rid of? Who is transfer listed? Furno is listed. Put our requirements in. We have 123 responses. Elton Yaboa is a high one for our DM. Niko Kovac is also a high one for that DM. Stio is a big one. Yaboa is listed for loan, and we could probably loan him in pretty easily. Giuseppe Maeda, Tristan D'Angio. Not good passing. +1 flat. -4 -5. We have a couple players that we do just really want to get off of books here, of like Emanuelo and things like that. Pasador is not one of them. We would like to keep Pasador as long as possible. Okay, let's get if we can get to this opening of the window and see if we can make some moves here at the end of this episode here, at the end of this stream. The ulti apparently isn't retiring. Our under 18 coach has retired though. If someone comes in and signs Stanich for his release clause, I am fine with that. We have already identified a guy that we will sign in his place, and it's that USF Alino guy that got relegated, who's actually really good. He just was playing on literally the worst team in the league. Okay, we're almost there, chat. One more day. One more day to revolution. We will nip it in the bud. We'll be ready for these schoolboys. They will wet themselves with blood. Senegalese Ligue 1 is where I'd rather have him than Senegalese Ligue 2. Am I not in charge of... Let's go to career, not career, club, responsibilities, staff responsibilities, transfer and contract, outgoing development loans. Those are delegated, but it's... We just drop him... If we do this, move him to the U20s, then that should automate this. How good of a general manager are you? Not great. Can we find a better general manager? Filomeno Rocho Fimeno. Can we find a better? General manager. Let's look, shall we? We want general manager, and then we want pick attributes, general manager, what about good? Do we have goods? Any goods in the chat? Average? Oh, okay, so that didn't auto-update. What if we swap you all to good again? Andrea De Napoli. Immediately just a better general manager. We have to pay him a lot of money, but like, he's way better. There we go. We're just going to improve upon the positions that we can improve upon. And that's a very easy position to improve upon. Okay, we've released a whole bunch of players like Iotti, Marchetti, and Odi. Now, we've got one more day, just one. All of our loan players are back. Okay, so our 3-fold depth is going to be our next step. We're going to make our first 11 and our second 11 as soon as our players return. Because the window is now open. I think we only had one player that we were waiting on that was joining us at the second the window opened, which is Andrea Vucchio, who is a midfielder. Rao is left, Barbini is left. Pino, welcome him. Caves want Borano, we want Borano. I'd rather keep him than offer him out. Pinotti. I'm more likely to let go out, so we don't really want to keep him around. We don't have anything he's doing. Okay, so we are going to pick our best 11 as it sits right now. And then we're going to fill out the form for this. So, our best 11 as it sits right now. Pietro Pasador in the goalkeeper position. Stanic and Kosier? I think this is Stanic and Bustan. But let's look at Bustan. Bustan, are you still a +1? Or have you gotten better or worse? Jumping reach, +1. Pace, +3. Acceleration, +5. Work rate, -3 down to a +2. Anticipation, -1 down to a +1. So Jordan Bustin is still a +1. Stanic, are you still a +2? Stanic, +2 from jumping reach, +4 from acceleration, +6 from pace, +4 from work rate, +3 from anticipation. Stanic, you have gotten better. Some respect on your name, Henry Stanic. Okay, Stanic and Jordan Bustin are still there. Pietro Pasador, have you gotten any better after you came back from your injury? Let's check real quick. Agility, reflexes, aerial reach. Agility, +1. Reflexes, +3. Aerial reach, +6. Let's go. Okay. This is probably still Perotti. And then this is probably Luca Coccolo. The footballing goes well. We stayed in Serie B, and now we are making a big tactical shift going into our second season in Serie B. And we're trying to figure out how we need to improve our team to be able to do that. Footballing is fine as well. I'm fine with that as well. Both are acceptable. So we already know Perotti's a -2 wingback. Is he still a -2 wingback? We're into the off-season Midnight campaign, which is the time that I have to do the most work. Soccer is for gringos. The unfortunate thing is you and I are both gringos. +1, +2, +1, flat, -2 there, fullback plus 1 flat plus 1 flat plus 2. So he's actually -2 wingback. It's all good. I also don't anticipate it as a slur, but the automod is very militant as to what it thinks is slurs and not slurs, and that's why we have moderators, is so that I can be able to be like, hey, no, that's actually fine to say. I know what the intent is behind that, but it's also, I speak these languages. You don't need to apologize for that one. I saw it and immediately allowed it. All the automod does is just flag me and be like, hey, you cool with this? And my immediate response is, yeah, I know what he's trying to say here, and this isn't a slur. So he's actually a better fullback than he is almost anything else. Perotti's very good at fullback for a guy that doesn't play fullback. Kokolo we know is a -2 wingback. Is he still a -2 wingback? Pace and acceleration get him to a -1. Jumping reach gets him to a -2. Composure keeps him there. Vision keeps him there. Fullback. Pace and jumping reach get him to -1. Acceleration gets him to -2. Anticipation gets him to -4. Dribbling gets him to a -7. Stamina gets him to -8. So left wing back is getting higher priority. So that's a high prio to replace. Sami Lysani, not actually good if we want him to be dropping back, but we know he's a -4 DM already. Ashraf El Rushatawi, who is back. How good of a DM are you? You're also bad if we push you back into a back 3, but you'd be covered by having center backs on either side of you. Defensive midfielder, acceleration -1, anticipation -2, stamina -3, jumping reach -4, composure -3, passing -2, DM -2. I don't hate. So if we can find someone better than him at DM, Nicky Stones is he's still a +6. Did he get any better in the off season? Let's check. Anticipation +3, acceleration +5, composure, pace, dribbling down to a +4, jumping reach up to a +7. He did get better. Malahi, we are now no longer viewing as a -9 because we're not viewing you as a striker. We're looking at you as a winger, and as a winger, what are you? Pace. Pace, we're at a +2. Acceleration +3. We did not win Serie B. We finished in 9th, which is still better than we thought we would, but not in the promotion places. But we're trying to transition from being a bad team in Serie B that overperformed to being a team that belongs in Serie B, and then if we overperform, we can maybe get into Serie A. And we're taking a very Como-esque inspired approach to that, is that we're transitioning from a really defensively like Catenaccio style soccer that we have been playing to something that's a little bit more aggressive, free-flowing, and possession-based, to see if we attack our opponents still, but keep a lot of our main core characters around and work on playing around our flair and our passing ability. If we can make a more going forward defensively solid team that can play through and turn a lot of those draws and those losses that we got in being unable to break down teams that sit back, which is most of the teams in Italy, by now building a team that can break down low blocks. Which does mean that we are, not doing the hottest, but we're trying to figure it out. Right now, we're reevaluating Mohamed Wahi back as a winger, which is what his new position is going to be in our new setup. Based off of pace and acceleration, we're already looking at a +3. Anticipation gets him to a +2. Crossing is a +3. Dribbling keeps him a +3. Jumping reach is a +2. Technique is a +4. Composure is a +2. So already, Mohamed Wahi's stock's going way up. He went from a -9 to a +2. Which, just like the players we have already fit this system better than our previous system. Fode Fofana, once again, we were playing now as a left-sided, not a striker. As a winger, how good are you? Pace and acceleration, we're at even. Anticipation, -1. Crossing, +1. Dribbling, +3. Jumping reach, +5. Technique, +8. Composure, +5. So like already we're getting just way better looks at our players. He's just AML +5. Like, our team looks way better already in this, other than we don't have a good right back or left back. And we only have one person that can play DM, and he's not good at it. And then Giuseppe, have you gotten any better? Really? My thoughts are no. Jumping reach, you're at 0. Pace, we stay at 0. Acceleration, we go to +1. Concentration, go to -2. Dribbling, we stay at -2. Vision, we go to -1. Balance, we go to -3. Off the ball, we go to -5. Finishing, we go to -6. But the other goal is that we're trying to make it so that if we're playing this kind of positioning, maybe Giuseppe Coppola or our strikers score more goals, because we still haven't had a striker score more than 9 goals in a season. So if we play something that looks more like this and is playing more of a tiki-taka style, short, simple passes, high intensity, control possession, can we get better results? And so this is our current starting 11, our backup 11. For the bench, we've got Tahoe, center back Kosier Riggio, wing back left and wing back right. So right is Bino, left Grelo. DM, we currently don't have anyone that can play DM except for Andrea Vukoy. Which, how good are you at our DM, Vukoy? Acceleration, -2. Anticipation, we stay at -2. Stamina, -4. Jumping reach, we're back to flat. Composure, -1. Passing, -2. So he's a -2 CM and DM. So we might actually not need more, because Vukio is as good as Ashraf El Bouchatawi, and that's now just built in. We've got 2 players there. Center mid, we have multiple center mids. We have Samuel Sane, Nicky Stones. We also have Brano, and then now getting pulled back from AMC to center mid, Mili Vitven. who can play that role, so that'll be fine. Mili Vitven, how good of a center mid are you? So we know you're a +2 AMC. At a center mid, your anticipation gets you a -1, your acceleration gets you back to flat, your composure gets you to a +3, your pace gets you to a +5, your dribbling brings you down to a +1, and your jumping reach keeps you there. So you're slightly worse as a center mid than you were as an AMC. But you're still good. Still good enough to be in the team. Definitely as our backup. Left-sided attacking player, we want AM left. That's probably going to be Cancia. Cancia, how good are you as an actual winger? Since we've been playing you as a center mid, which you can play, but really we want you to be a winger. And as a winger, as a center mid, we know you're a -6. As a winger, you are a +1, -4, -3, -1, +2, -1, -8. So you're actually better as a center mid than you are as a winger. Interesting. Right-sided. Maybe you have to be our right-sided option, since we have more left-sided options like Benotti or Sao. We also have Jangai Akpa-Akpro. How good of a winger are you? If we actually categorize wingers. So we know you're a bad striker. As a winger, pace and acceleration, you get a +2. Anticipation, you're now down to a +1. Crossing, you're back up to a +2. Dribbling, you stay at a +2. Jumping reach, you go down to a +1. Technique, you go down to a -4. Composure, -9. So, like, you're not good, but you're better. Sao, how good are you as a left winger? Since you actually want to be a striker, and you are a pretty good striker. And I think this is our look. We'll save this as our first 11 going into this season. And then Pietro Pasador for Tahoe, Stanic for Riggio, Bustin for Cozier. Cozier, you haven't gotten incredibly better, have you? Cozier, +3. +3 after jumping reach, +4 after anticipation. -4 after work rate keeps you at 0. Perotti for Pino. Bushatawi for Ubukyo. Piccolo for Perilou. Nicky Stones for Mili Vitven. Lesani for Angelo Burano. Malahi for Cancia. Fofana for Jonga Akbakro. Giuseppe Coppola. in his second 11. The other thing that we're weak in is we don't have anyone that can be like the team leader. So our main focus for recruitments are left-sided wingbacks, like left-sided wide players, whether that's wingbacks or attacking players. We don't necessarily need starters, except for wingbacks. Wingbacks we do need starters, but we do need left-sided attacking players, since like we have Fode Fofana and Mohamed Wallahi, who are great, and we don't have really anyone that can play behind them. And then if we can get a better DM, great. If not, our DMs are actually probably fine. But we also want people that can bring in leadership to our squad here. So let's look at, in recruitment, let's go to our player database. Let's edit our search. We want to look for in possession, left back, or right back. And then we want leadership high. And then let's use our view for our wingback view. Ruben Seigers, Belgian right back, center back. We don't actually know anything about him. 31-year-old New Zealand right back. Okay. Wing back, pull back. What about our DM? Luca Netten? Eindhoven on an amateur contract? You're on an amateur contract. Do you want to just come here and let me scout you? Emayor Semedo. Ooh, from Curaçao. 24-year-old winger from Curaçao. He's a free agent. We can offer him a trial for now. How good of a winger are you actually? And you have great leadership, which is a great thing for us. Pace, you meet our threshold. Acceleration, we're at to a +1. Anticipation, we're back to flat. Crossing, +3. Dribbling, we're up to +4. Jumping reach, we're down to +2. Technique, we're down to +1. Composure, down to -1. So he's not our best, but he's our second best right winger in the club. And he has 15. I don't hate this Emanuel Semedo. Petrovic is their next highest recommended. He's also a free agent, so we can bring him in. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of recommendations that we can look at as well. This guy wants to be... This guy wants to be a fullback. How good of a fullback are you? He can play the positions we want him to. Perfect. He's wanted on loan from the Gambia as a wingback, which he would be in possession. He is a +2 flat, -2, -3, and then as a fullback, he's a -1, -2, -3. So not horrible. -3, -3. Here's a left winger. How good of a left winger are you? Are you good enough to be our backup left winger? Pace and acceleration, anticipation, crossing. So far he's at a 0 across everything. Dribbling gives it to a +1. Jumping reach keeps it a +1. Technique we're at a +2. Composure +1. What would it take for you to let me bring him in on loan, Pexvala? Since he's a +1. And like, we want to have him as a backup, but what if we let him play as an attacking midfielder left? Oh, they wanted like nothing for him. Okay, yeah, perfect. We'll take this in a heartbeat. He wants a squad player. And he's our backup left winger. Perfect. We've already solved one of these. He doesn't solve our leadership issue. Which, let's edit this search. Let's try and... We want someone with strong leadership. Who's the best recommended player for us with strong leadership? Guido Gomez, 33-year-old deep-lying forward. How good of a deep-lying forward are you? Because like we are just transitioning to a deep-lying forward, and we just lost our star striker deep-lying forward. Jumping reach -3, pace -5, acceleration -7, concentration -8, dribbling -7, vision -7, balance -7, off the ball -8, finishing -6. Honestly, not great. Alessandro Mikai, 33-year-old goalkeeper. Jan Mabella, 31-year-old striker. 18-year-old Slovenian center back with 15 leadership for some reason. He cannot jump. This is such a weird center back. Pietro Emilio, 35-year-old striker. No, we're good. Let's work with these for right now. Bring in Petrovic and Netten. just so we can get more information on them. Semedo is also here on trial. We've already approached to sign him. Who has been released? Kevin De Bruyne. Is Kevin De Bruyne still playing? Would he be willing at 36 to come play for my team? No. Unfortunate. Kevin De Bruyne, like, he would have been insane. I would have found a way to play Kevin De Bruyne. He could have 2 broken legs. Benasser would also never come to my team. Good to know. El Shaarawy, 34-year-old winger. Nope, wouldn't come here. Cristiano Biraghi, 34-year-old left back. You'd only want a staff role, okay. And Sersanti, 25-year-old. Oh, he plays a lot of positions. He would never come to us. Okay. Who are people? This is a good thing to know. Since everyone who's out of contract, we want to just get an idea of who can come to our club. So we're gonna do database. We'll include unscouted players. We want to edit our search to contract status, expired contract. Let's add in insert column general intro, media description. No. Replace this column with world reputation. "36-year-old center back, maybe not him. Can we find anyone that is out of contract? We don't need that. Don't need the leadership 15. Okay, there we go. This is what I wanted to see. This is a list of a whole bunch of players that are out of contract but have high world reputation. Would this guy... He would come to our team. Is there someone we'd want for our team? We would need him to be left back. He's competing with Luca Coccolo for our starting left back position. As a wing back, he has the pace. Acceleration gets him to a -2. Jumping reach gets him to a -3. Composure keeps him at -3. Vision. He's a -2, so he's as good there. Fullback gets him back to a -3. Anticipation keeps him at a -3. Dribbling gets him to a -2. Stamina gets him to a -3. So he's better at fullback than Coccolo, but he's as good there. So we aren't necessarily interested in Barreca. This guy, 36-year-old Cote d'Ivoire, we're good. Gianluca Di Sciara, wingback, okay. Pace and acceleration, +2. Jumping reach, keeps him at +2. Composure, keeps him at +2. Vision, +3 wingback. And then fullback, +2. Anticipation gets him down to 0. Dribbling gets him back up to 1. Stamina keeps him at 0. So this would be our best fullback. This would be our new left back if we could get him. Leadership, not great though. We would like to have better leadership, but take what we can get. Sieb Schrijvers, 30-year-old Belgian. Once again, no good leadership. We don't need a midfielder though. Jordan Botaka, no. 25-year-old midfielder. He's out of contract. Would you come here on trial? This is the 36-year-old Polish center back. We're good. Valzania, 31-year-old. We already have midfielders. He can play DM. Is he better than a -2 DM? Acceleration, -1. Anticipation, +1. So we're at 0. Stamina, +1. We're at a +1. Jumping reach, 11. We're at +2. Composure, back to flat. Passing, -1. So he's better, but only by 1. It doesn't have great leadership either. Who's he underbid? Mastrak. Okay. Botka, 32-year-old Hungarian. Zandmaier, 34. Yeah, he has 0 physicals left. Kosovo striker, we're good on. Delorco, 33-year-old center back, we're good on. Right back, 29-year-old from Iceland. This will be the last player we'll look at, and then we'll probably be done for stream today, chat. This is for potential right wing back, pace and acceleration. He's flat. Jumping reach, -3. Composure, -1. Passing, oh, not passing, vision, flat. So this is a 0, so already our best right wing back. Fullback, pace, jumping reach, and acceleration is once again a -3. Anticipation is a -4. Dribbling keeps it at a -4, and stamina is a -2. So this is a 0 -2, which is, I think, our best overall. How good of a DM are you? let's do this. This is actually the last one we're going to look at. This GM. Acceleration, 13. He's got a 14, so +1. Anticipation, he has 12. We need a 12. Stamina, he's down to a 0. Jumping reach, it's up to a 2. Composure, he stays at a 2. Passing, goes down to a 1. Becomes our best DM. Jimmy Caparos from Dominican Republic. Will you come to my team? Okay, so we found some inroads, chat, as to some players that we would want to work with, some players we'd want to bring in. We found out that the new formation we're trying to work on is going to be a much better fit overall for most of our players. We have these last couple of players that we want to bring in on trial to learn just more about them. And if we can fill in these positions, and then if we can adjust our budgets such that we can be able to afford all of these players, move on some other players, we're off to a very strong start for our off-season here to try and just continue improving our playability here in Serie B. We would like to get all the way to Serie A this year, at least settled in. And I think that we're setting ourselves up for a very, very interesting stream on Friday, for sure. And I look forward to sharing that all with you. Until then, take care of yourselves. It has been a wonder being your host today at the Jank Drawer. Thank you all for coming in and stopping in, and for the follow goal. We were able to hit our goal of 60 followers today, which is very, very helpful. I have been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. Thank you all for coming. We got raided during this, so let's try and find someone to raid of our own. Let's go to let's send ourselves over to Henry 14 Legend 96. He's doing a Leicester City save, which I have a very staked investment in as a Leicester City fan. Currently, he's in Season 3, it seems, and they're in Champions League and top of the league, which, if we could go from where we are now in Championship football to the Champions League in 3 seasons, I would hire this man. One last bit of information for all of you, and I'll post about this there. Once again, stream is going to be delayed tomorrow. We're going to go probably from 4 to 8 instead of 2 to 6. I have some unavoidable work things that I have to do tomorrow afternoon at 3 that I don't want to have to go live, come off of air to do, and then come back because it's going to be a video call. So we're going to just push that to do a 4 to 8. But it will be, once again, midweek rank check. We'll be climbing some ladders, and then we should be back to our regularly scheduled programming for the rest of the week. I will have more work-related things coming up as they conspire, because I will have, another job that I will be challenging and juggling alongside of this, which is a good thing. But hope you all have fun. We're going to raid Henry 14 Legend over here. And be nice. Until then, see you all. See you at 4 tomorrow.